Hey, I'm really glad you're here. Take a moment to get comfortable wherever you are. Let your shoulders relax and let the day gently fall away. You don't need to do anything right now. Just listen and let the story unfold at its own pace. Whenever you're ready, we'll begin.
The girl who stitched dreams into clouds, the village where the sky hung low. In a place not marked clearly on any modern map, there was a village where the sky did not feel far away. It did not stretch endlessly or disappear into cold blue distance the way skies often do. Instead, it hung low, close enough that on certain evenings, when the air grew soft and still, the clouds seemed almost within reach. The village rested in a shallow valley surrounded by gentle hills, the kind that rolled rather than rose. No sharp edges existed here. Everything curved, bent, and flowed as if shaped by patient hands over centuries. Narrow stone paths wound between cottages with sloping roofs, their chimneys forever breathing thin trails of smoke that drifted lazily upward and blended with the clouds above. At night, the sky dipped so close to the rooftops that lantern light brushed its underside, tinting the clouds with warm gold and pale amber. Visitors, rare as they were, often paused at the edge of the valley, feeling an odd sensation settle in their chest. It was the quiet feeling you get just before sleep, when your thoughts slow and your body forgets its weight. The villagers had a name for this place, but they spoke it gently, as though the name itself might drift away if said too loudly. They called it Lunamere. No one remembered who founded Lunamere, or when the first stone was laid. History here was not written in books or carved into monuments. It lived instead in stories told by the hearth, in lullabies hummed to restless children, and in the way the elders smiled when the clouds moved lower than usual. Because in Lunamere, clouds were not just clouds. They were listeners. From childhood, everyone knew this. It wasn't taught like a lesson. It was absorbed, the way you absorb warmth from sunlight or comfort from a familiar voice. When someone laughed with true joy, the clouds would puff slightly brighter. When sorrow lingered unspoken, they darkened just enough to notice. And dreams, especially dreams, had weight here. During the day, Lunamere moved slowly. Morning bells chimed softly from the small clock tower near the square, not to rush anyone, but simply to remind the village that another gentle day had begun. Bakers kneaded dough with steady, unhurried motions. Shopkeepers arranged goods in windows more for beauty than for sale. Farmers worked fields that responded kindly to care, yielding crops without complaint. There was no hurry, because nothing important was ever late. By afternoon, sunlight filtered through thin clouds like honey through cloth. The air smelled faintly of baked bread, old wood, and something floral that no one had ever successfully named. Children played near the stream that curved along the valley's edge, its waters whispering secrets only the stones seemed to understand. And always above it all, the sky lingered, low, nearby. Almost protective, some believed the sky had sunk closer long ago out of curiosity. Others said it had bent down to listen to human dreams and simply never risen again. The truth, if there was one, didn't matter much. What mattered was how it made people feel. Safe, held. As evening approached, Lunamere transformed. Windows glowed, doors closed softly. Candles were lit one by one, each flame a tiny promise against the coming night. Supper was a quiet affair here, not silent but unhurried. Spoons against bowls, soft laughter, murmured conversations that didn't need to reach far. And then when night finally arrived, the village breathed out. This was the hour when the sky descended its lowest. Clouds drifted down like slow-moving thoughts, hovering just above chimneys and treetops. Some brushed against roof tiles, leaving faint traces of moisture that shimmered like silver thread. Stars appeared, but only a few at a time, peeking through gaps as though shy. It was during these hours that dreams grew restless. Most people in Lunamere slept deeply. Their dreams were calm, filled with memories of summer fields, familiar faces, or journeys that always ended safely. But now and then, a dream would grow too heavy, too vivid, or too fragile. When that happened, the clouds responded. A child tossing in bed might cause a cloud to ripple. An old man dreaming of long-lost love could pull the sky lower still. The clouds absorbed these emotions quietly, storing them like folded fabric, waiting for her. Her cottage sat at the very edge of Lunamere, where the path narrowed and the valley opened toward the hills. It was small, with a roof of pale shingles and windows that glowed late into the night. Ivy crept up its walls, as though trying to listen through the glass. Inside lived a girl named Alara. She had been born on a night when the clouds sank so low that villagers feared the sky might touch the earth. Thunder murmured far away, but no storm came. Instead, the air shimmered, thick with something unspoken. When Alara cried for the first time, the clouds shifted gently, as if adjusting themselves around her sound. No one mentioned it aloud, but everyone noticed. Alara grew quietly. She wasn't particularly loud or fast or bold. She listened more than she spoke. Her eyes lingered on things others passed without noticing. The way fog curled around fence posts, the sound of wind threading through tall grass, the subtle color changes in clouds before dawn. She spent hours watching the sky. While other children chased one another through the square, Alara sat on the hillside with her knees drawn close, tracing invisible shapes in the air. She saw patterns where others saw randomness. She felt comfort where others felt only weather. Her hands were always busy. If she wasn't holding a book, she was tying bits of string together, braiding grass, or stitching scraps of cloth into odd, beautiful shapes. Her guardian, an elderly woman everyone simply called Myra, kept a basket of fabric remnants just for her. Old shirts, worn blankets, curtains faded by years of sunlight. Alara turned them into something new. No seen pattern guided her work. She stitched the way one hums absent-mindedly, instinctively, gently, without force. Each piece she made felt unfinished yet complete, as though waiting for a purpose not yet revealed. At night, while the rest of Lunamere slept, Alara often remained awake. She sat by her window with a small oil lamp, watching the clouds drift past. Sometimes they hovered so close she felt she could reach out and touch them. And sometimes, though she never told anyone, she swore she could hear them. Not voices, not words, more like sighs. On one such night, the air unusually still, Alara noticed something different. A cloud hovered near her window, darker at its edges, trembling faintly like cloth caught in a breeze that didn't exist. She felt it before she understood it. The cloud was heavy, not with rain, but with something else. Alara set aside her sewing and opened the window. Cool night air brushed her face, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant flowers. The cloud drifted closer, responding as though invited. She reached out slowly. Her fingers passed through mist, but not emptiness. There was resistance, soft, yielding, like pushing through layers of silk. And beneath it, she felt warmth, emotion. A dream had tangled itself there. Ilara withdrew her hand, heart steady but alert. This wasn't fear she felt, it was recognition. Something inside her clicked into place, like a final stitch pulled snug. She closed the window and returned to her table. From her basket, she chose a pale blue thread, faded but strong. Then a piece of cloth light, almost translucent. She threaded her needle, her movements unhurried, as though she'd done this 1,000 times before. Outside, the cloud waited. As Ilara stitched, her mind drifted, not into sleep, but into focus. Images formed gently, like memories she hadn't lived. A child waking from a dream too sharp to hold. A wish whispered into darkness. A hope nearly forgotten. With each stitch, the air grew warmer. The lamp flickered softly, but did not dim. The room seemed to breathe with her, walls expanding and contracting in time with her steady hands. When she finished, the cloth shimmered faintly, no longer just fabric. Ilara rose, crossed the room, and opened the window once more. She lifted the stitched piece into the night air. The cloud responded immediately. It moved forward, enveloping the cloth without resistance. For a moment, the sky glowed softly, barely visible, but enough. The cloud lightened, its edges smoothing, its trembling easing into stillness. Satisfied, it drifted upward, rejoining the others. Ilara watched until it disappeared. Only then did she feel sleep pull at her bones. She extinguished the lamp and lay down, her dreams calm and deep. Outside, Lunamir rested beneath its low-hanging sky, unaware that something ancient had quietly awakened. Because that night marked the beginning of a truth the village would one day come to understand. Dreams could be mended, and Ilara, quiet, observant, endlessly patient, had been born to stitch them into the clouds, a girl who listened to the night winds. In Lunamir, the night never arrived abruptly. It eased in like a careful guest who didn't want to wake anyone already resting. The colors of the sky softened first, blue melting into lavender, lavender fading into a gentle gray touched with silver. The village lights followed, glowing warmer as the sun slipped away, as though compensating for its absence. And then came the winds. They were never strong here. No harsh gusts rattled windows or bent trees. The night winds of Lunamir were quiet travelers, moving slowly through the valley, carrying stories they had gathered elsewhere. They brushed rooftops, slid between narrow lanes, and lingered near windows just long enough to be noticed. Most villagers heard only a breeze. Ilara heard something more. From the time she was very young, the night winds had spoken to her, not in words, but in feelings and fragments. A sudden coolness against her cheek might bring the image of a distant ocean she had never seen. A soft rustle outside her window could carry a sense of longing so old it felt borrowed from another lifetime. She never questioned it. In Lunamir, strange things were not challenged. They were accepted, gently, the way one accepts dreams without demanding explanations. As the seasons shifted, Ilara learned the language of the wind the way others learn to read. She noticed how the air changed just before snowfall, how it thickened before rain, how it lightened when dreams drifted freely through the clouds. Some nights, the wind came bearing happiness. Those evenings felt warmer than expected, wrapping the village in a sense of quiet joy. Other nights, it arrived heavy, slowed by burdens it had collected, unspoken regrets, restless thoughts, wishes abandoned too soon. On those nights, Ilara stayed awake. Her cottage became a small island of light in the darkness, its single window glowing softly while the rest of Lunamere slept. Inside, the room smelled of old wood, candle wax, and fabric warmed by lamplight. Shelves lined the walls, filled with spools of thread in colors that seemed to exist only at twilight: soft cloud gray, dusk blue, moonlit ivory. Ilara sat near the window, sewing not with urgency but with attention. Outside, the wind circled. It slipped through the ivy, climbing her walls, stirring leaves into a faint whisper. It pressed gently against the glass, testing, listening. Ilara paused, needle hovering midair, and turned her head slightly, as though acknowledging a familiar presence. "Yes," she murmured, not aloud, but within herself. The wind responded by easing closer. It carried with it the faint ache of a dream interrupted. Somewhere in the village, someone was stirring in their sleep. A woman, perhaps, dreaming of a place she once called home, or a man replaying a conversation that had ended too soon. The wind held these fragments carefully, as if unsure where to set them down. Ilara closed her eyes. She did not see the dream clearly, but she felt its shape. Dreams, she had learned, were like fabric before it was cut, fluid, fragile, easily torn. Left unattended, they could unravel, leaving restlessness behind. She reached for a darker thread this time, deep midnight blue, strong and grounding. Her needle moved slowly, confidently, tracing a pattern that formed not from thought but from intuition. Each stitch aligned with the rhythm of the wind outside, her hands moving in time with its soft sighs. The night deepened. In Lunamere, clocks mattered little after sunset. Time loosened its grip, stretching into something more forgiving. The wind wove through the village, brushing against shutters, slipping beneath doors, lifting curtains just enough to remind sleepers that the world was still turning gently around them. At the edge of the square stood the old clock tower, its bell silent but watchful. The wind circled it briefly, then drifted on, carrying whispers upward toward the low-hanging clouds. Ilara sensed it. She rose from her chair and opened the window. The wind flowed in immediately, cool but not cold, carrying the faint scent of night-blooming flowers from the hills. It moved around her ankles, up her sleeves, threading itself through her hair like curious fingers. She did not flinch. Instead, she held out the fabric she had been stitching. The wind paused. Then, slowly, reverently, it wrapped itself around the cloth, lifting it gently from her hands. The stitches glowed faintly, responding to the air's movement. The wind seemed to relax, releasing the dream it had been carrying, allowing it to settle into the fabric. For a moment, everything was perfectly still. Then the wind withdrew, flowing back out into the night, lighter now, freer. Ilara closed the window and leaned against the wall, feeling a quiet satisfaction settle within her. She did not feel pride or accomplishment, only balance, restored. She lay down on her narrow bed, pulling the quilt up to her chin. Outside, the wind continued its journey, passing over Lunamere with renewed ease. Dreams settled, sleep deepened, but not all nights were so gentle. There came evenings when the wind arrived unsettled, moving in uneven currents as though unsure where to go. On those nights, Ilara sensed tension even before dusk fully fell. The air felt restless, charged with unspoken emotion. One such night arrived without warning. The day had been calm, too calm, perhaps. The sky lingered lower than usual, clouds thick and unmoving. The village moved quietly, voices subdued, footsteps slower. Even the birds seemed reluctant to sing. As night approached, the wind did not glide in. It rushed, not violently but urgently, sweeping through the valley in overlapping currents, brushing rooftops with nervous energy. Windows rattled faintly. Curtains stirred even in closed rooms. Sleep, when it came, was shallow. Lilara felt it immediately. She stood at her window, watching the clouds above twist subtly, their edges fraying. The wind pressed against the glass, then slipped through the narrow gap beneath the frame, filling the room with a cool, insistent presence. Something was wrong. She did not need to ask. The wind carried too many fragments at once, dreams colliding, overlapping, pulling at one another. Fear brushed against hope. Regret tangled with longing. Somewhere, someone was dreaming too vividly, too painfully. Ilara's heart tightened, not with fear, but with concern. She lit her lamp and moved quickly to her table, selecting thread with careful urgency. This time, she chose several colors, laying them out side by side. The pattern forming in her mind was more complex than usual, requiring patience and precision. Outside, the wind paced. It circled the cottage repeatedly, as though unable to settle. It slipped in through cracks, tugged at the edges of fabric, brushed against Ilara's hands as she worked. Each contact carried a flash of feeling, memories not her own. She breathed slowly, grounding herself. "Easy," she whispered, not to the wind, but to the dreams themselves. Her needle moved faster now, though never hurried. Stitch by stitch, she anchored the fragments together, reinforcing weak places, smoothing rough edges. The room warmed as the work progressed, lamplight reflecting off the threads, casting soft patterns against the walls. Time blurred. Ilara did not know how long she worked, only that eventually the wind stilled. It hovered near her window, quieter now, watching. When she finished, the fabric felt heavier than usual, warm beneath her fingers. She rose, opened the window wide, and held the piece outward. The wind approached cautiously, as if uncertain. Then, slowly, it wrapped around the fabric, absorbing its warmth, its structure. The conflicting dreams settled, finding harmony within the stitched pattern. The wind exhaled, a long, relieved sigh, and drifted upward, carrying the mended dreams toward the clouds. Ilara watched until it disappeared into the night. Only then did she feel the exhaustion seep into her bones. She extinguished the lamp and lay down, sleep claiming her quickly this time. Her dreams were quiet, filled with drifting clouds and steady winds moving peacefully across a sleeping valley. By morning, Lunamir felt lighter. People awoke feeling rested, even if they could not explain why. A woman smiled over her tea without knowing the reason. A man felt a long-held worry loosen its grip. Children laughed more easily as they walked to the square. No one connected these feelings to the night wind, except Myro. The old woman had lived long enough to recognize patterns others missed. She noticed how Ilara slept later on restless nights, how the air around the cottage felt calmer by morning. She said nothing, but her eyes followed the clouds with quiet understanding. That afternoon, as Ilara sat outside repairing a worn blanket, Myril joined her. "You listen to the night," Myril said gently. Ilara did not look up. "It speaks," she replied simply. Myril smiled. "Yes, it does." They sat in comfortable silence, the sky hanging low above them, clouds drifting lazily. A faint breeze passed through the valley, unburdened content. Ilara resumed her stitching, hands steady, heart calm. She did not yet know how important her listening would become. She did not yet know that the winds would one day carry more than simple dreams, that they would bring warnings and storms and choices that could not be undone. But for now, in the quiet safety of Lunamere, she listened. And the night winds, relieved to be heard, whispered their stories only to her. Needles made of silver, threads spun from sleep. There came a season in Lunamere when sleep itself felt different. No one could have said exactly when it began. There was no single morning when villagers woke and noticed a clear change. Instead, it arrived the way fog does, quietly, gradually, until suddenly it was everywhere. People slept longer. Dreams stretched, unfolding slowly, like stories that did not wish to end. Some villagers woke with the feeling that they had traveled far during the night, though their bodies had never left their beds. Others carried fragments of dreams into the morning, soft images that lingered like the memory of a melody. The clouds hung lower than ever. They drifted so close that sometimes, in the early hours before dawn, they brushed the treetops at the edge of the valley. Dew gathered thicker on leaves. The air shimmered faintly, as if the world itself were half asleep. Ilara noticed it all. She felt it first in her hands. Her needle, an ordinary thing, once began to behave differently. When she stitched late into the night, the metal caught the lamplight in a way it never had before. It glimmered, not brightly, but with a soft, moon-like sheen. At times, it felt warmer than the air around it, as though it had absorbed the quiet energy of the room. The thread, too, had changed. Ilara kept her spools neatly arranged, each one chosen carefully over time. But now, when she reached for them, she sensed something beneath the texture, something alive. The thread slid between her fingers like a held breath, light yet strong, responsive to her touch. She tested it one evening, pulling gently. Instead of resisting, the thread stretched smoothly, then returned to its original length without fraying. It shimmered faintly, almost imperceptibly, as if infused with starlight. Ilara did not feel surprise. She felt recognition. Sleep had begun to weave itself into her work. That night, the wind arrived quietly, not restless or urgent, but curious. It circled her cottage slowly, brushing against the walls, slipping through cracks like a polite visitor unsure whether to knock. Zilara sat at her table, lamp lit low, eyes half-lidded, not from fatigue, but from the calm that came when everything aligned. She held the needle between her fingers and examined it closely. It was no longer just steel. Under the lamplight, its surface reflected something deeper than flame, silvery, fluid, like moonlight caught in motion. She turned it slightly, and for a moment she thought she saw faint patterns etched along its length. Not markings made by hand, but impressions left by countless stitches, countless dreams mended quietly in the dark. She smiled. Outside, the wind sighed. Ilara threaded the needle. The thread slipped through the eye without resistance, settling into place as though it belonged there. When she drew it taut, the air around her seemed to hush, as if listening. She began to stitch. This time, she did not work on scraps or remnants. She had prepared something new, a length of fabric woven from fibers Myril had given her weeks ago. Myril had found it tucked away in an old chest beneath the cottage floor, wrapped carefully in faded cloth. "It's been waiting," the old woman had said simply. The fabric was pale, almost colorless, but not empty. It held a faint glow, like dawn before sunrise. Lilara had known the moment she touched it that this was different. Now, as the needle passed through it, the fabric responded. Each stitch settled perfectly as though guided. The thread sank into the weave and disappeared, leaving no visible seam, only a subtle shift in texture, a feeling of completeness. Dilara's hands moved steadily, rhythmically, following a pattern that unfolded naturally beneath her fingers. The wind leaned closer. It carried with it dreams unlike any Ilara had worked with before. These were not simple fragments, fleeting wishes or soft memories. These dreams were deep, layered, shaped by years of sleeping and waking and hoping. A man dreaming of forgiveness he had never asked for. A woman dreaming of a road not taken, still glowing faintly with possibility. A child dreaming of safety, of being held through the night. The wind held them carefully, as if afraid to drop even one. Ilara felt the weight of them settle in her chest, not heavy but profound. She stitched more slowly now, honoring each dream as it passed through her awareness. The needle glided, silver catching lamplight thread following obediently. With each completed stitch, the air softened, thick with quiet warmth. Outside, the clouds shifted. They lowered further, responding to the call of mended dreams. The sky seemed to lean toward the cottage, attentive, patient. When Ilara finished, the fabric lay across her table, transformed. It was no longer just cloth. It shimmered faintly, holding depth and dimension, like a surface that concealed something vast beneath. When Ilara brushed her hand across it, she felt a gentle pull, not toward herself, but upward. She opened the window. The night air flowed in, cool and calm. The wind approached immediately, careful and reverent. Ilara lifted the fabric, and the wind wrapped around it, lifting it effortlessly from her hands. For a moment, the fabric hovered in the air, suspended between earth and sky. Then the clouds descended. They moved slowly, deliberately, until they brushed against the fabric. There was no sound, no thunder, no rush, only a subtle glow as the clouds absorbed what Ilara had created. The fabric dissolved gently into mist. The clouds brightened. Satisfied, they drifted upward, returning to their place above Lunamere, lighter than before. Ilara closed the window and leaned against the sill, her breath slow and steady. She felt no exhaustion, only a deep, quiet peace, but something had changed. She sensed it as she turned back toward her table. The needle lay where she had set it, but it no longer looked ordinary at all. It gleamed softly, even without lamplight, as though carrying its own illumination. She picked it up. The moment her fingers closed around it, warmth spread through her hands, up her arms, settling comfortably in her chest. Images flickered at the edges of her mind, not visions exactly, but impressions. Hands stitching before hers, dreams mended long ago, clouds once torn and carefully repaired. This needle had a history. Ilara did not yet know how old it was or how it had come to her, but she understood one thing clearly. It was meant for this work, for her hands. From that night on, the needle never dulled. It never bent or broke. It moved as smoothly through fabric as breath through lungs. And the thread, oh, the thread. Ilara soon realized it did not come from spools alone. Some nights when she sat quietly, hands resting in her lap, she felt it gather naturally. Sleep itself seemed to spin it, threads drawn from the softest edges of dreams. When she reached out, it was there, light as air yet unbreakable. Threads spun from sleep. The villagers noticed the effects before they understood the cause. People slept more deeply than ever. Nightmares faded quickly, dissolving before they could take hold. Even grief softened at the edges, losing its sharpness. Dreams became places of rest instead of unrest. Lunamere grew quieter, not empty but peaceful. Even the animals sensed it. Cats slept longer in sunlit windows. Birds settled earlier in the evenings, their songs gentler. The stream's murmur deepened, flowing steadily, content. Myral watched Alara carefully. One evening, as they shared tea by the hearth, Myral spoke. "The tools have chosen you," she said softly. Alara looked up. Tools. Myral nodded toward the needle resting beside Alara's hand. Not everything chooses its keeper by chance. Alara traced the needle's edge thoughtfully. "I didn't ask for this." Myral smiled. "No, you listened." They sat in silence for a while, the fire crackling softly. Outside, the clouds drifted low, brushing the tops of trees. "Will it always be gentle?" Alara asked finally. Myral did not answer right away. She stirred her tea slowly, watching the steam rise. "No," she said at last. "Nothing that matters always is." Alara absorbed this quietly. That night, the wind brought a different kind of dream. It was heavier than usual, dense with unease. The images that accompanied it were fractured, shadows, sudden drops, a sense of falling without end. Somewhere in Lunamere, someone was dreaming dangerously close to waking fear. Alara worked carefully, but she felt resistance. The needle hesitated, not refusing, but warning. She adjusted her approach, slowing her breath, grounding herself. She let the thread guide her, not forcing the pattern. Gradually, the resistance eased. The dream settled, soothed, reshaped gently. When the clouds accepted it, they trembled faintly. Just once, Alara noticed. She lay awake afterward, staring at the ceiling, the needle resting on the table beside her. A quiet understanding settled in her chest. Dreams were growing stronger, and with strength came risk. Sleep was deepening, but it was also becoming more powerful, capable of healing, yes, but also of tearing if left unattended. The needle and thread were not just tools anymore. They were safeguards. Outside, the night winds drifted, carrying whispers from beyond the valley. Faraway storms murmured on distant horizons. The clouds shifted restlessly, sensing changes yet to come. Alara closed her eyes. Tomorrow, she would listen more closely than ever, because the work ahead would require precision, patience, and courage woven as carefully as any thread. And the needle, silver, patient, alive with purpose, waited faithfully for her hand. 4. The first dream sown at dawn. Dawn arrived differently in Lunamere after the needle changed. It did not rush the night away or snap the village awake with brightness. Instead, it unfolded slowly, like a careful hand drawing back a curtain. The sky lightened in layers, deep indigo fading into soft gray, then into a pale blush that lingered just long enough to be noticed. The clouds, still hanging low, caught the earliest light and held it. They glowed faintly, not bright or sharp, but warm like embers beneath ash. Alara had not slept. She lay awake in her narrow bed, listening to the world transition. The night winds, so active hours earlier, now drifted lazily toward the hills, their work done. The village exhaled, settling into the quiet space between dreaming and waking. It was in this stillness that Alara felt it, a pull, not from the clouds above, but from somewhere closer, somewhere grounded, somewhere human. She rose quietly, wrapped a shawl around her shoulders, and stepped outside. The air was cool but gentle, carrying the clean scent of damp earth and dew-heavy grass. Birds had not yet begun their morning songs. The valley lay suspended, waiting. Alara closed her eyes. There it was again, the pull. This dream was different. It did not drift upward toward the clouds like the others. It lingered close to the ground, tangled in the fragile moment before waking. It was unfinished, hovering between sleep and consciousness, unsure where it belonged. Alara followed it. She walked slowly through the narrow path that led toward the village center, her bare feet silent against the stone. Windows were dark, doors remained closed. Lunamir slept on, unaware. The pull led her to a small cottage near the stream. It belonged to Thomas Hale, a man who had arrived in Lunamir years ago and never quite explained why. He was kind, quiet, and carried himself with the careful posture of someone who had known louder places. He worked as a carpenter, his hands steady, his eyes thoughtful. Alara paused outside his door. The dream pulsed faintly now, heavy with emotion. She did not need to enter. Dreams did not require permission the way waking moments did. She placed her hand against the doorframe and felt it, deep longing braided with grief, hope caught painfully close to the surface. Thomas was dreaming of a home he had left behind. Not the building itself, but the feeling of belonging, of mornings filled with purpose, of laughter echoing in rooms that no longer existed. The dream was beautiful and fragile. If left alone, it would fade when he woke, leaving behind a hollow ache he would carry through the day without knowing why. Alara returned to her cottage. Inside, the early light slipped through the window, illuminating her table. The needle lay where she had left it, silver surface catching the first hint of dawn. The thread spun quietly from sleep, rested coiled beside it, pale and patient. She sat. This was new territory. Until now, her work had belonged to the night. Dreams mended in darkness, guided upward into clouds that cradled them safely. But this dream lingered at the edge of waking. It needed something different. Alara breathed slowly, steadying herself. She chose a piece of fabric lighter than any she had used before, so thin it was nearly translucent. It shimmered softly in the morning light like mist beginning to lift. She threaded the needle. As the thread passed through, it warmed instantly, responding to the rising sun. Alara felt a subtle shift, not resistance, but awareness. The needle recognized the hour. She began to stitch. Each movement was deliberate, unhurried. The pattern formed gradually, guided by the dream's emotional shape rather than any visible design. Long stitches for longing, short, anchoring ones for memory, gentle curves for hope. Outside, dawn deepened. Light spilled over the valley, touching rooftops, brushing the stream, creeping slowly toward the hills. The clouds remained low, watching. As Alara stitched, she felt the dream settle into the fabric, not dissolving, not fading, but transforming. The ache softened. The longing found structure. The hope gained weight enough to endure waking. When she finished, the fabric felt alive beneath her hands, warm, whole. She stood and stepped outside again, holding the stitched dream carefully. The village stirred faintly, someone coughing in the distance, a door creaking open as a baker began his day. Alara walked toward the stream. Mist hovered above the water, glowing softly in the early light. She knelt at the bank and lowered the fabric toward the surface. The mist responded. It rose gently, wrapping around the stitched piece, absorbing it slowly. The fabric dissolved into light, spreading outward across the stream like ripples. Somewhere behind her, Thomas woke. He did not remember the dream clearly, only that he rose with an unfamiliar sense of calm. The ache he usually carried upon waking was quieter now, no longer sharp. He dressed, stepped outside, and paused. For the first time in years, the morning felt welcoming. Alara watched the ripples fade. The first dream sown at dawn had found its place. She returned home as the village fully awakened. Bells chimed softly. Voices rose. Life resumed its gentle rhythm. But Alara felt changed. The needle hummed faintly in her pocket, warm against her palm. The thread seemed brighter now, infused with sunlight rather than starlight. She realized slowly that her work was not bound by night alone. Dreams existed in thresholds, and she could meet them there. Over the following days, Alara experimented cautiously. At sunrise, she stitched dreams that clung too tightly to sleep, helping them transition into waking life. At dusk, she mended those already drifting upward, smoothing their passage into the clouds. The village responded subtly. People carried a quiet steadiness through their days. Regret loosened its hold. Hope lingered longer. Even sorrow felt less heavy, its edges softened by unseen care. But not all dreams welcomed the light. One morning, just before dawn, Alara felt a dream recoil from her touch. It was dark, not in fear, but in intensity. It pulsed with emotion too strong to be reshaped gently. She withdrew, heart steady but alert. Some dreams, she understood, were not ready. They needed time. The clouds shifted uneasily above Lunamere, responding to these deeper currents. The sky hung lower again, shadows pooling in its folds. Myril noticed. "You've crossed a line," the old woman said quietly one afternoon as they sat together. Alara nodded. "I felt it." Myril studied the clouds. Dawn work is powerful. It touches what people carry into the day. Alara folded her hands. "I won't force it." "Good," Myril said softly, "because what comes next will require restraint as much as skill." That night, Alara dreamed for the first time in many weeks. She stood beneath a torn sky. Clouds shredded, threads hanging loose. Winds howled, no longer gentle. And in her hands, needle and thread, glowing fiercely, waiting. She woke before fear could take hold. Outside, the sky was calm. Lunamere slept peacefully. But Alara knew the dream had not come from nothing. The work was deepening. The dreams were growing more complex. And dawn, once merely an ending, had become a beginning. She rose, lit a candle, and sat at her table, needle in hand. Ready. Clouds that remembered forgotten hopes. The clouds above Lunamere had always been close, but now they were aware. They did not merely drift or gather or thin with the passing weather. They remembered. They held impressions the way old houses held echoes, quietly, patiently, without judgment. No one in the village spoke of it directly, yet many began to notice something subtle, something difficult to name. People paused more often during their days. They looked up longer than necessary. Some felt a tightening in the chest when clouds darkened unexpectedly, followed by a strange comfort, as if something long misplaced had briefly returned. The clouds were carrying more than mist. They were carrying forgotten hopes. Alara sensed it first during the quiet hours before dawn. She sat at her window, wrapped in her shawl, watching the sky breathe. The clouds shifted slowly, layering over one another in soft folds. As she focused, she felt it, a low, steady hum beneath the silence, like a memory trying to surface. These were not dreams being born. They were dreams that had once existed and been set aside. Hopes left behind when life moved too fast. Wishes folded away and never reopened. Possibilities abandoned gently, not in failure, but in resignation. The clouds remembered them all. Ilara pressed her palm to the glass. Emotion stirred, not sharp or painful, but heavy with tenderness. She felt the echo of a woman who had once dreamed of painting, her hands now stiff with age. A man who had imagined traveling west, stopping instead at the edge of familiarity. A child who had wanted to sing, silenced not by cruelty, but by time. These hopes had not vanished. They had risen slowly into the sky, and the clouds had kept them safe. Dilara understood then why the sky had lowered over Lunamere. It had bent under the weight of memory. That morning, as the village woke, something subtle shifted. A baker paused mid-need, suddenly remembering how much he once loved the smell of flour on his hands. A shopkeeper rearranged her window display with care she hadn't felt in years. A farmer stood at the edge of his field, staring up at the clouds with a quiet ache that felt almost like gratitude. No one knew why. Only Ilara listened. She spent the day preparing. She cleaned her table, opened the windows wide, and laid out fabric unlike any she had used before. These pieces were larger, layered, and faintly luminous. Myril helped her, though neither spoke much. "This work is heavier," Myril said at last. Ilara nodded. "It carries time." The clouds lowered further as evening approached. They drifted so close that the air felt thick, almost warm. Light scattered strangely, bending softly around corners. The village moved gently, as though aware, on some deep, unspoken level, that tonight mattered. As darkness settled, the wind arrived, not restless, not urgent, but full. It moved slowly, deliberately, carrying with it layers of feeling. Ilara stood by her open window and closed her eyes, allowing it to pass through her awareness. She felt 1,000 almost lives. The wind did not rush her. It waited. Ilara returned to her table and lifted the needle. The silver glowed brighter now, reflecting not just lamplight, but memory itself. When she threaded it, the thread shimmered, soft gold braided with pale blue, as if dawn and dusk had been spun together. She began to stitch. This work was different. She did not shape individual dreams. Instead, she stitched patterns of remembering, gentle reinforcements where hope had thinned, careful mending where belief had frayed. Her hands moved steadily, reverently. As she worked, the room seemed to expand. The walls softened. The air thickened with warmth. Ilara felt as though she were stitching not fabric, but the space between past and present. Outside, the clouds gathered. They pressed closer to the cottage, hovering low and wide. Their undersides glowed faintly, illuminated by the quiet labor happening below. When Ilara finished the first piece, she stood slowly, heart calm but full. She opened the door. The night air wrapped around her, warm and waiting. The clouds shifted, lowering still, until wisps brushed her shoulders like familiar hands. She lifted the stitched fabric. The clouds responded immediately. They enveloped it gently, absorbing the work with visible relief. As they did, they brightened, soft light pulsing through their folds, spreading outward. Across Lunamere, people stirred. A woman woke with tears on her cheeks, unsure why, only that something tender had been returned to her. The man dreamed of a road stretching forward, no longer blocked. An elderly voice hummed a tune long forgotten. The clouds drifted upward slowly, carrying these restored hopes with them. Ilara did not stop. She stitched through the night, piece after piece, memory after memory, hope after forgotten hope. The needle never faltered, the thread never frayed. Dawn hovered at the edge of the sky, waiting patiently for her to finish. By the time the first pale light touched the hills, the clouds had risen slightly higher than usual, not retreating, resting. Alara stepped outside as the sun rose. The sky glowed soft, layered, alive with quiet promise. She felt exhaustion settle into her bones at last, but it was a gentle weariness, earned and kind. Myril stood beside her. "They remember now," Myril said. Alara nodded. "And so do we." The village woke slowly. People moved with renewed softness. Conversations lingered. Smiles came easier. No one suddenly abandoned their lives or chased impossible dreams, but something subtle had shifted. Hope no longer felt naive. It felt possible. As the day unfolded, Alara rested, but she knew deeply, unmistakably, that the clouds were no longer just keepers. They were becoming witnesses, and witnesses eventually must speak. That night, as Alara slept, the clouds shifted uneasily. Somewhere far beyond Lunamere, winds gathered strength. Old fears stirred. Nightmares pressed upward, heavier and sharper than forgotten hopes. The sky held, for now. Dilara dreamed of a sky stretched too thin, and of her needle, glowing brighter than ever. The work was no longer only gentle. It was becoming necessary. When nightmares began to tear the sky. At first, no one in Lunamere noticed the change. Nightmares do not announce themselves the way storms do. They arrive quietly, disguised as ordinary dreams, slipping unnoticed into sleep. They wait, they gather weight, and only when they grow too heavy to contain dew, they begin to cause damage. The clouds felt it before anyone else. They shifted uneasily above the valley, their once smooth undersides rippling like fabric pulled too tight. The glow they had carried, soft with restored hope, dimmed in places, interrupted by thin shadows that moved against the natural flow of the sky. Alara sensed it during the second watch of the night. She woke suddenly, heart steady but alert, the needle on her table glowing faintly as though calling to her. Outside, the wind did not drift or sigh. It pulled. It moved in sharp, uneven currents, slipping past the cottage with restless urgency. The familiar gentleness was gone. In its place was tension, tight, fraying, unresolved. Alara rose and crossed to the window. The sky was still low, but no longer calm. Clouds overlapped in uneasy layers, their edges thinning, stretching, as if strained by something pressing from below. For the first time since she could remember, Alara saw something she had never seen before. A tear, not lightning, not shadow. A rift thin and pale, running briefly through one cloud before sealing itself again. Her breath caught. Nightmares had reached the sky. They were not born in Lunamere. That much Alara understood immediately. These dreams came from elsewhere, places where sleep was not safe, where fear went unspoken and gathered strength in silence. They had traveled far, carried by winds that no longer knew gentleness, pressing upward until the clouds themselves struggled to hold them. The sky had become a barrier, and it was beginning to fail. Alara dressed quickly and stepped outside. The village slept unaware. Windows glowed dimly, dreams unfolding behind closed eyes, some peaceful, some not. The nightmares had not reached them yet, but they were close enough to be felt. The clouds churned. Alara pressed her hand to her chest and listened. The nightmares did not whisper. They scraped. They carried sharp edges, panic without source, falling without ground, voices that called names no one remembered. They pulled at the clouds, testing for weakness, tearing at old seams where forgotten fears had once been patched too thin. The needle in Alara's pocket pulsed. She returned to her cottage and lit every candle she had. Warm light filled the room, pushing back the growing sense of unease. She laid out fabric across her table, stronger than before, layered and reinforced. The thread she drew forth shimmered darker now, braided with deep blues and muted silvers. Thread spun not from sleep, but from endurance. Ilara threaded the needle. The moment she began to stitch, the wind reacted. It rushed past the windows, pressing hard against the glass, rattling shutters. The clouds lowered sharply, as though drawn toward her work against their will. This was not mending. This was holding. Her hands moved faster than ever before, not rushed, but precise. She reinforced old patterns, tightening seams she had not realized were fragile. Each stitch anchored the sky, binding cloud to cloud, memory to memory. Outside, the first nightmare broke through. It did not descend. It scratched upward, tearing at the underside of the clouds like claws against fabric. The sky shuddered. A long, thin rip opened, glowing faintly with unnatural light. Ilara gasped, but did not stop. She stood, lifting the stitched fabric, and flung open the door. The night air slammed into her, cold and sharp. The clouds hovered dangerously low now, roiling and strained. Ilara held the fabric high. The needle glowed fiercely, silver bright as moonlight. "Not here," she whispered, not in command, but in resolve. The clouds surged toward her. They wrapped around the fabric, around her outstretched arms, absorbing the reinforcements she had stitched. The tear in the sky resisted, pulling, stretching wider, then stilled. The rift sealed itself with a sound like a breath released. Ilara stumbled back, heart pounding. The nightmares recoiled, not defeated, but delayed. She knew then this would not be a single night's work. From that moment on, the sky required constant care. Night after night, nightmares pressed upward, some sharp with fear, others heavy with despair. Ilara stitched endlessly, reinforcing the clouds, redistributing weight, guiding what could be soothed and containing what could not. The village began to feel it. People woke uneasy, unable to recall why. Children clung a little tighter to blankets. Animals stirred restlessly at night. The air grew thicker after sunset, charged with something unnamed. Myril noticed the strain in Ilara's shoulders, the faint tremor in her hands. "You cannot carry the sky alone," she said quietly. Ilara shook her head. "Someone has to." Myril did not argue, but she watched the clouds with a knowing expression. One night, the worst nightmare arrived. It came not as chaos, but as silence. The wind stopped completely. The air froze. Even the clouds stilled, suspended unnaturally low. Ilara felt it immediately, the absence of movement, the wrongness of stillness where breath should be. She stepped outside. The sky was torn, not in one place, but in many. Thin fractures webbed across the clouds, glowing faintly, pulsing with something dark and immense beneath. This nightmare was old. It carried generations of fear, wars dreamed through, losses never spoken, endings without closure. The clouds could not hold it much longer. Ilara returned to her table and reached for everything she had. She layered fabric upon fabric, stitching faster than ever, guided by instinct sharpened by exhaustion and purpose. The needle burned hot in her fingers. The thread sang softly as it tightened, pulling the work together. Outside, the sky groaned. A tear widened. Ilara ran. She climbed the hill at the edge of Lunamir, the highest point beneath the low sky. Wind returned suddenly, violent now, whipping her hair and cloak. The clouds descended, torn and trembling. Ilara lifted her work into the storm. The nightmare surged upward. For a moment, the sky split open entirely. revealing darkness so deep it seemed endless. Ilara did not look away. She thrust the stitched fabric forward, needle leading, and sewed the sky shut. The act was not gentle, it was deliberate. Stitch by stitch, she bound the torn edges together, anchoring them with thread spun from every dream she had ever mended. The clouds screamed, not in pain, but in relief as the pressure eased. With a final pull, the seam held. The nightmare collapsed inward, sealed away. Silence fell. Ilara collapsed to her knees, breath ragged, hands shaking. The clouds rose slowly, retreating to their familiar height. The sky smoothed itself, scarred but intact. Dawn crept over the hills. Lunamir woke to a calm it did not understand, but felt deeply. Ilara returned home, exhausted beyond words. As she slept, the needle lay beside her, dim now, resting. The sky held for now, but Ilara knew the truth. The nightmares would return, and next time the sky might not be enough. A journey above the quiet world. The morning after the sky was sewn shut arrived without celebration. There were no signs of victory in Lunamir. No bells rang louder. No voices rose higher. The village woke the way it always had, softly, reluctantly, as if still half-wrapped in sleep. But something had shifted. The clouds no longer pressed as close to the rooftops. They hovered higher than before, thinner at their edges, moving with a cautious grace. Sunlight filtered through them in pale ribbons, illuminating the valley in a way that felt unfamiliar, gentler but distant. Ilara noticed immediately. She stood outside her cottage, bare feet on cool stone, and tilted her head back. The sky felt farther away, not abandoned but watchful, as if it were holding its breath. The needle in her pocket was quiet, too quiet. For the first time since the nightmares had begun, it did not hum or warm against her skin. It rested like an ordinary object, weightless and still. Ilara felt a tightening in her chest. The work had changed. Myril joined her, leaning heavily on her walking stick. The old woman studied the clouds with narrowed eyes. "They're waiting," Myril said. "For what?" Ilara asked. "For you," Myril replied gently. Ilara looked away from the sky. "I've already given them everything I can." Myril's gaze softened. "No," she said. "You've given them everything you could reach." The words settled slowly. That night, Ilara did not wait for the wind to come to her. She prepared, she cleared her table completely, setting aside all fabric but one final piece. Larger, stronger, woven so tightly it felt almost alive. The thread she gathered shimmered faintly, neither dark nor light, but balanced between the two. She did not light candles. She opened the door. The night air flowed in, calm but alert. The village slept deeply below her, unaware of how close the world had come to fracture. Roofs glowed faintly under starlight. The stream whispered its endless story. Ilara stepped outside and walked toward the hill. The highest point in Lunamir was not dramatic. It was a gentle rise, crowned with short grass and a single weathered stone marker no one remembered placing there. From its peak, the valley spread out like a quiet breath held between hills. The clouds hovered above it all, waiting. Ilara climbed slowly, her body still heavy with exhaustion, but her steps steady. The needle warmed slightly now, as if sensing intention. When she reached the top, she stopped. The air shifted. The wind gathered, not violently, not urgently, but with purpose. It circled her once, twice, then lifted. Ilara felt her feet leave the ground. She did not panic. She had known, somehow, that this was coming. The wind carried her upward gently, carefully, as though aware of her weight and her fear. The village receded beneath her, shrinking into a patchwork of roofs and paths and sleeping lives. Dilara rose into the clouds. They enveloped her instantly. Mist curled around her arms, her shoulders, her hair. The air was warm and cool at once, thick with memory. She could feel the weight of every dream the clouds had ever held. Joy, sorrow, hope, fear, all layered together like fabric folded too many times. The clouds parted. Above them lay a space Alara had never seen. The sky here was not empty, it was woven. Threads of light stretched across vastness, intersecting and overlapping in patterns too complex to fully understand. Some glowed softly, others flickered weakly. A few were frayed, pulled thin by pressure from below. These were the seams of the world's dreaming. Alara's breath caught. She understood now. The clouds were not the sky. They were the lining, the true structure. The thing holding dreams apart from waking, fear from form, lay above. And it was unraveling. The wind lowered her onto a wide expanse of cloud that felt solid beneath her feet. It held her easily, responding to her presence like a living thing. Alara knelt. The needle pulsed sharply now, alive in her hand. The thread gathered around her fingers, drawn not from sleep alone, but from everything she had stitched before. Each dream she had mended fed into it, strengthening it, lengthening it, preparing it for this moment. She began to sew, not fabric, light. Each stitch anchored a glowing thread back into place, reinforcing where nightmares had strained the weave. The needle slid smoothly through the air itself, leaving no hole, only connection. As Alara worked, images washed over her, dreams from far beyond Lunamere, cities where people slept with lights on, fields where children dreamed of escape, rooms where grief pressed so heavily it bent sleep into something sharp. The nightmares had not been personal. They had been collective. Too many fears left unattended. Too many hopes forgotten. Too much weight placed on too few seams. Alara stitched steadily. Time lost meaning. She moved along the weave, repairing what she could reach, reinforcing weak places, redistributing tension. The thread glowed brighter with each completed seam, humming softly like a lullaby remembered from childhood. But the damage was vast, far too vast for one pair of hands. Alara felt it then, a deep, bone-settling truth. She was not meant to fix the sky. She was meant to teach it how to heal. She changed her approach. Instead of stitching tight seams, she began leaving gentle flexibility, small allowances for movement, spaces where dreams could breathe rather than press upward. She guided the weave instead of controlling it. The sky responded. The glowing threads shifted subtly, redistributing weight on their own. The tension eased, not gone, but manageable. The clouds below rose slightly, relieved. Alara sank back onto the cloud surface, exhausted but calm. The wind returned, swirling around her. It did not lift her immediately. It waited. Alara looked down. Lunamere lay quiet and small beneath the clouds, still asleep, still safe for now. She felt a tug of longing, sharp and sudden. The world below mattered deeply. Every sleeping life, every quiet dream. She reached into her pocket and drew out the needle. It no longer glowed fiercely. It shimmered softly, content. "You'll stay," she murmured, not as a question, but as an understanding. The needle was no longer just hers. It belonged to the weave. She placed it gently into the glowing threads of the sky. The weave accepted it. The needle dissolved into light, becoming part of the structure itself. In its place, the threads strengthened, settling into a new balance. Alara felt something loosen inside her chest. The work would continue, slowly, endlessly, but it would not rely on her alone anymore. The wind finally lifted her. It carried her downward through the clouds, through layers of mist and memory, until her feet touched grass once more. Dawn was breaking. Ilara stood on the hilltop, light washing over the valley. The clouds hovered higher now, no longer burdened, moving freely. Myrl waited below. "You went up," Myrl said softly. Ilara nodded, "and I came back." Myrl smiled, relief and pride woven together. That's what matters. Ilara looked at the sky one last time. The nightmares had not ended, but the sky would no longer tear so easily. As she walked back toward her cottage, the village waking gently around her, Ilara felt sleep finally claim her thoughts. Above, the woven sky held, and far beyond Lunamere, the quiet world dreamed, still fragile, still imperfect, but no longer alone. The storm that tested her last thread. The wind arrived before the first signs. At first, it was subtle, a stirring among the treetops, a shiver along the valley floor. Birds quieted, leaves paused mid-fall. Even the stream slowed its murmur as if anticipating something. Ilara noticed immediately. Her hands, resting on the table, tingled with awareness. The needle she carried, though no longer humming constantly, warmed faintly, a subtle pulse like a heartbeat warning her of approaching unrest. Thread coiled beside it shivered, catching the dim candlelight. The clouds above Lunamere, now accustomed to her care, moved unusually. They twisted and swirled, forming layers too dense to be accidental. Shadows stretched unnaturally beneath them. Shapes rippled, suggesting movement too deliberate to be simple weather. Something was coming, and it was powerful. By midday, the villagers had begun to sense it, though none fully understood. Cows huddled closer to barn walls. The wind rushed briefly, just enough to unsettle shutters and doors. Children clutched blankets and toys tightly, unnervingly aware that the day felt heavier than normal. Ilara did not wait for signs to worsen. She packed carefully needle, thread, fabric, everything she had prepared for emergencies. She knew this was different. She felt it in her bones, in the quiet hum that vibrated just below awareness. Myrl approached slowly, observing the clouds. "It will test everything you've built," the old woman said. "Not just the sky, but your hands, your heart, your patience." Ilara nodded, silent. No words could fully capture the responsibility that lay ahead. The storm was not merely a tempest of wind or rain, it was a trial. One wrong stitch, one misjudged seam, and the fragile balance she had nurtured could unravel. By evening, the storm manifested fully. The clouds above thickened, spiraling downward. Shadows clawed at the edges of light. Lightning flickered within the layers, not bright and jagged, but faint, strange, as if signaling the storm's intelligence. The wind no longer whispered or brushed, it pressed, testing the cottages and trees, rattling doors and branches. Ilara stepped outside into the charged air, the needle warm in her palm. Her shawl whipped around her shoulders. The fabric she carried was layered, strong, but not invulnerable. The clouds seemed aware of her presence, hovering, waiting. This was the culmination. The storm was not only natural, it was woven from nightmares and forgotten fears, carried from far beyond Lunamere, magnified by centuries of human doubt and sorrow. She climbed the hill at the edge of the valley. Every step was met with resistance. The wind whipped her cloak, clawed at her hair, tugged at the layers of fabric she carried. But she pressed forward. Each step was deliberate, measured, grounded in both fear and resolve. Reaching the summit, she felt the storm's weight in full. The clouds twisted aggressively above her, dark threads cutting through the lighter fabric of sky. Lightning danced quietly within the folds, illuminating patterns she had never noticed before, old fractures, faintly glowing, hinting at the strain that had been building for decades. Ilara knelt, laying out the fabric across the hilltop. The thread in her hands pulsed, attuned to the storm's tension. This was no ordinary stitching. Each movement of the needle had to account for multiple layers: the clouds, the memories they carried, the storm itself, and the fragile balance of dreams and nightmares. She began. The needle moved slowly at first, threading through air, through mist, guided by instinct more than sight. The storm resisted. Winds lashed at her hands. The clouds below swirled violently, as if testing her skill, questioning whether she could hold everything together. A flash of lightning illuminated her path. She saw then the extent of the damage. Threads of light in the sky had frayed under the pressure of fear and despair, leaving thin gaps that allowed the storm's influence to press downward. These were not simple tears. They were wounds in the very fabric of dreaming, and she could feel them pulsing. The first stitch burned with effort. The thread, warm and strong, pulled taut. The clouds shivered as she guided the repair, murmuring against her fingers like sentient beings. Each stitch required perfect alignment. Too tight and the clouds would shatter. Too loose and the storm would tear through them again. Hours passed, though time felt distorted in the charged air. Darkness pressed from all sides. Thunder rolled, muted but persistent. Rain began to drizzle lightly, then heavier, soaking through clothes and hair. Yet Ilara did not pause. Her hands were steady, her mind clear, her heart committed. As the storm intensified, the nightmare beneath became tangible. It manifested as shapes, twisted shadows, fragmented and moving independently. They pressed against her senses, tugging at memory and fear, testing her concentration. Some seemed familiar, a reflection of past regrets, lost opportunities, whispered failures, but magnified, aggressive, and threatening to overwhelm. She drew a deep breath and focused, one stitch at a time, one breath, one heartbeat. The storm clawed, but Ilara did not falter. She moved carefully, synchronizing her hands with the subtle pulse of the clouds. Each stitch became a negotiation, calming one thread, reinforcing another, balancing a gap that threatened to open under the weight of fear. The clouds responded gradually. They folded and twisted less aggressively, lightened. It allowed the fabric she carried to anchor them. The storm was fierce, but it was learning to respect her touch. She began to guide entire layers of clouds, pulling fractured sections together, binding them in patterns the storm could not unravel. Suddenly, a massive gust hit. Ilara staggered. She nearly dropped the fabric. A sheet of lightning split the sky above, illuminating every weakness in the clouds. The storm screamed in quiet, electric tones, testing her to the brink. Her hands shook, but she did not stop. With deliberate care, she threaded the needle once more, re-anchored the loose sections, and drew them taut. The storm resisted, pushing violently, but each stitch held firm. Slowly, painfully, the storm began to soften, not vanish, but bend to her intent. Hours blurred into each other. The night became a mosaic of movement and stillness. Lightning flickered, wind howled, rain hammered the hill. Yet in the center of it all, Ilara stitched, calm and steady, binding clouds, memories, nightmares, and hope into one fragile, intricate web. At last, the final section remained. The massive tear, jagged and pulsing, threatened to undo everything. It was a wound left by centuries of neglect, a nightmare that had outlasted any mortal witness. Her thread quivered in her hand. The needle felt impossibly hot, alive with the weight of all she had sewn before. Sweat streamed down her face. Her breath came fast. She knelt, centered herself, and threaded the final stitch. The storm screamed in response. Lightning struck close. Winds pulled violently. The clouds shivered. The gap widened, testing her skill one last time. Ilara leaned forward, grounding herself fully, hands steady. She pierced the final stitch through the air, binding cloud to cloud, memory to memory, fear to hope. She drew the thread tight, carefully, deliberately, impossibly. The clouds held. The storm paused as if taking a breath. Then slowly it began to recede. The wind softened. Lightning faded. Rain slowed to a gentle drizzle, then stopped entirely. The jagged tears in the clouds sealed themselves with a faint glow, the threads of light stable and harmonious. Shadows pulled back, retreating into the fabric of night. Ilara collapsed onto the grass, exhausted, soaked, trembling, but alive. Her heart pounded with a mix of relief and awe. She lifted her hands to the sky, the thread still shimmering faintly in her grasp. The clouds were calm now, rising higher, moving freely, holding their structure without strain. Myrle appeared silently beside her. "You've done it," the old woman said, her voice filled with quiet reverence. Ilara shook her head, breath ragged. "I didn't just do it. We, all of us, held it together." Myrle smiled. "Yes, and now the sky can remember what it's meant to carry." Dawn broke gradually over Lunamere. The storm clouds dispersed, leaving layered skies of pale gold and soft gray. The village awoke, unaware of how close they had come to catastrophe. Children stretched, birds sang, and the stream whispered its endless story. Everything seemed ordinary, but the air carried a subtle warmth, a sense of calm that had been absent for too long. Ilara sat on the hill, watching the sun rise fully. Her hands still trembled. The needle, though cool now, rested nearby, a silent companion. The storm had tested her last thread, and she had held, a sky restored but not forgotten. The morning arrived slowly after the storm, not with a rush of sun, but with a quiet awakening. Lunamere was still. Trees stretched their wet branches toward the sky, dew clinging to leaves. Roofs glimmered faintly in the pale gold of dawn. The stream whispered softly, as though recounting the night's events only to itself, carrying droplets of rain that had fallen from the struggling clouds. The village seemed asleep yet alert, suspended in that tender moment between night and day when everything feels possible, fragile, and alive. Ilara walked through the village, bare feet damp from grass. Each step felt deliberate, carrying her from the hill where she had stitched through the storm to the cobblestone paths below. Windows began to glow, but no one yet stirred. Somehow, everyone slept more soundly than they had in years, held gently by the balance she had restored above. Yet there was no relief in her chest, only quiet, steady awareness. The clouds above, though calm now, had not forgotten the struggle. They hovered higher than usual, shifting subtly in place. Their underbellies glowed faintly with the soft light of stitched threads, a reminder that though the storm had passed, the scars remained, not as pain, but as memory. The sky remembered, and so must she. Ilara paused by the stream, watching the surface ripple with sunlight. It reflected clouds, stitched and scarred, moving in perfect synchrony. She knelt, dipping a hand into the cool water. The sensation grounded her. The storm had been fierce, yes, but it had not broken her. It had not broken Lunamere. Yet it had changed something, somewhere deep in the pattern of the world. Her needle rested in her pocket, still warm faintly, a companion waiting for future work. She touched it, feeling its weight, not just metal, but purpose. Thread coiled beside it on the table shimmered, soft and flexible, holding a memory of every dream she had ever sown. The tools had become extensions of her resolve, holding centuries of forgotten fears, hopes, and courage. Myrtle joined her by the stream, walking slowly with her familiar, measured steps. The old woman's eyes, though lined with age, were bright with quiet satisfaction. "The sky is held," she said, voice soft like wind over water. "But it will never forget, and neither should we." Ilara nodded. "I think I understand now. It's not about fixing, it's about remembering, guiding." Helping the threads hold, Myrtle smiled faintly. "Yes, the sky heals, but it cannot forget what was. That memory gives it strength. And the storm, it tested you. Every thread, every stitch, it asked if you would falter, and you didn't." For a long while they stood together, listening to the stream and watching the clouds drift above. The sun climbed slowly, brushing the village rooftops with warmth. Birds began their morning songs, hesitant at first, then gathering confidence as the day unfolded. The village seemed ordinary, but it was different. People carried themselves with subtle steadiness, a calm lingering from the stitched sky. Ilara returned home, sitting at her table. She laid out her fabrics, but this time she did not prepare for repair. Instead, she arranged them carefully, folding them gently. The thread rested beside the needle, shimmering faintly in sunlight. She understood that her work would continue, but it would now be guided by patience, not fear, by understanding, not panic. She allowed herself to breathe. The clouds above shifted slightly, curious, almost as if observing her. They remembered the storm, but they also remembered her hands. They had felt the care, the resolve, the quiet determination that stitched not only the gaps, but the trust into the fabric of the sky. And in response, they lingered with softness, moving slowly, protective, aware. Ilara closed her eyes. She recalled every detail of the storm, the jagged rifts, the lightning cutting through the sky, the wind pressing against her body as she stitched, every heartbeat that aligned with her hands. She remembered fear, exhaustion, doubt, but also the clarity, the focus, the almost sacred rhythm of stitching in perfect alignment with the world above. All of it was memory now, a reminder, not a burden. As she sat quietly, she realized that every stitch she had ever made, every dream sewn into the clouds, every hope reinforced, had contributed to this moment. The work of mending the sky had been both external and internal. Each effort to repair the clouds had simultaneously repaired something inside her, a recognition of her own capacity for patience, courage, and love. Time stretched. The village below began to stir. Children opened their eyes, yawned, and stretched. Adults followed, preparing for the day's work with a calm they could not entirely explain. Even the animals moved with gentleness. A cat curled lazily on a windowsill, ears twitching, aware of subtle shifts in the air. A dog rose carefully from a porch, sniffing faintly, sensing the lingering stability. The clouds moved higher still, holding their patterns with grace. They reflected the memory of storms endured and survived. They glowed faintly where thread had mended gaps. Shadows traced along their folds, marking the paths of fear, sorrow, and challenge. but now softened, integrated, understood. Villara stepped outside again, walking slowly through the village. Each resident she passed carried the quiet assurance of safety. They smiled softly at one another, though none could articulate why. The air felt lighter, yet deep with understanding, a place where calm was earned, not imposed. At the village square, she paused. The fountain rippled with clear water, sunlight dancing across the surface. She imagined the clouds above mirrored in the stream, reflections of memory, patience, and care. It was beautiful and fragile. Ilara knelt by the fountain and placed her hand in the cool water. She felt the pulse of life, of dreams, of memory passing through her fingers. She remembered all the stitches, all the clouds, all the moments she had held the sky together. She realized that the storm had not destroyed, it had taught. She returned home, carrying this understanding deep in her chest. She sat by the window, gazing at the sky. Light clouds drifted slowly, whispering in quiet rhythm, and she felt gratitude, not only for her own endurance, but for the resilience of the world she had touched. Myril joined her once more, settling in a chair nearby. They shared tea in silence, listening to the quiet hum of the village and the soft movements of clouds above. "You see," Myril said at last, "the sky may be restored, but nothing is ever forgotten. That is its strength and yours. Remembering allows it to remain vigilant, to hold hope and fear together without collapse. And that is the greatest gift you could give." Ilara nodded. She knew the work was ongoing. Storms would come again. Clouds would fray. Nightmares would press upward. But she understood that her role had shifted. She was no longer merely repairing. She was guiding, preserving, remembering. The day grew slowly warmer. Sunlight touched the rooftops, the cobblestones, the fields. Birds sang, children laughed, villagers moved in quiet harmony. The stream reflected the light and clouds alike, a mirror of both calm and memory. Ilara returned to her table once more, laying out fabric and thread, not to repair, not to mend, but to prepare, to practice, to honor the memory of the storm and the sky's resilience. The needle rested gently in her hand. The thread shimmered. The clouds above shifted softly, watching. A sky restored but not forgotten. And in the valley below, a girl who stitched dreams into clouds smiled softly, knowing that memory, patience, and courage could hold the world together, even when storms tested every last thread. The girl who became the keeper of dreams. The valley lay in calm after the storm. Dawn crept over Lunamere with gentleness, brushing the rooftops with gold and silver. Birds chirped hesitantly at first, then in chorus, their songs cautious but clear. The stream whispered in its usual rhythm, reflecting not only the sky, but the enduring memory of the clouds she had stitched through countless nights. Ilara walked slowly along the cobblestone streets, feeling the warmth of the sun on her face. Each breath carried the scent of dew, wet grass, and faint smoke from hearths awakening across the village. The storm had passed. The clouds had healed, or at least held, and the valley was at peace. But Ilara knew that peace was fragile. It had taken countless nights of care, countless threads stitched through fear, hope, and memory to hold the sky together. She carried it not in her hands alone, but in her heart and mind. Each stitch had taught her more than the last: patience, courage, vigilance, and the power of care. She paused by the edge of the stream and knelt, dipping her fingers into the water. Ripples spread outward, reflecting the clouds above, calm yet layered with faint scars from their past struggle. She traced them gently, as if acknowledging their endurance. A soft voice reached her from behind. "Not everyone could do what you've done," Myrtle said. The old woman stood quietly, leaning on her staff. Her eyes reflected both admiration and understanding. Most would have faltered under the weight of storms or nightmares or the sky itself. But you, she let the words linger, unspoken but profound. Elara smiled faintly, though she felt the weight of the nights past in her bones. "I didn't just hold the sky," she whispered. "I learned from it," Myrtle nodded. "Yes, and now you are ready to become more than a mender of dreams. You are their keeper." The words resonated deep inside her. Keeper, not merely a fixer, not merely a watcher, but a guardian. A steward of the fragile, luminous boundary between waking life and the dreams that shape it. That afternoon, she returned to her cottage, quiet and prepared. She laid out her fabrics, threads, and needle. But today was different. There were no storms pressing down, no rifts threatening the clouds. No pressing urgency to repair what had been broken. Today was preparation, reflection, and guidance. The needle in her hand hummed faintly, not with fear, not with warning, but with gentle awareness. It recognized her. It had been part of every thread she had sewn, every sky she had stabilized. And now it responded to her intent, eager to continue the work under her careful guidance. Elara began her evening stitching, not for immediate danger, but to practice, to reinforce patterns of stability, to prepare herself for storms yet unseen. She moved slowly, deliberately, as if the threads themselves carried memory and her hands carried understanding. Each stitch harmonized with the clouds above, weaving their shapes gently, invisibly, into alignment. The village moved around her, unaware of the delicate dance taking place overhead. Children played quietly, adults prepared for supper, animals moved calmly, sensing the lingering security. The air felt lighter than it had in decades. Night arrived slowly, softly, carrying with it a blanket of stars. Elara stepped outside, needle in hand, fabric in her arms. The clouds hovered higher than ever before, steady, composed, yet alive. She lifted her gaze and let her awareness expand upward, embracing every layer. The stitched seams, the glowing threads, the subtle rifts that might arise in the future. For the first time, she did not feel the weight as burden. She felt responsibility, yes, but also connection. Every stitched dream, every memory carried in the clouds, every hope she had preserved, they were all alive, intertwined with her own presence. And in that connection, she discovered something new, the quiet power of guardianship. A gentle wind rose, circling her in a soft, patient spiral. It lifted her hair, caressed her shoulders, and whispered across the valley. The needle in her hand pulsed lightly, threads shimmering faintly. She understood. The clouds, the wind, the sky itself, they were aware. They waited for her. She stepped onto the hill, lifting her arms with the needle and fabric. The wind guided her upward, steady, careful, protective. She rose above the rooftops, above the trees, above the streams and fields, until she was surrounded entirely by cloud. The clouds shifted under her hands, soft and pliable, yet strong. She moved slowly through the expanse, reinforcing weak patterns, weaving light into shadow, integrating memory into hope. Each stitch resonated, not just with the sky, but with the valley below, with every sleeping dreamer in Lunamere, and even beyond. Time ceased to have meaning. Elara worked steadily through night and early dawn, not in haste, not in fear, but with attentive care. Every stitch was a conversation with the sky, every pull of thread a negotiation. Every pass of the needle a promise that dreams would be remembered, fears would be held safely, and hope would persist. As dawn broke, spilling gold and silver across the clouds, she paused. Her hands were tired, her body weary, but her spirit felt luminous, aligned with the sky itself. She looked down at Lunamere. The village glowed faintly in morning light. Its people, animals, and streams moved with calm assurance, unaware of the delicate balance maintained above. Ilara knelt on the cloud, touching it gently. Threads shimmered softly where she had stitched, glowing faintly, embedded permanently into the fabric of the sky. She realized then that the clouds had not merely been mended, they had learned. They had adapted. They would carry memory, fear, hope, and light into the future, independent yet guided by her presence. A soft whisper reached her from the wind. "Thank you," Ilara smiled. She understood it was not a single voice. It was many all around her. Clouds, dreams, memories, the essence of the valley below, and even herself. Gratitude was carried forward, a gentle pulse that strengthened the sky's foundation. She returned to the hill, descending slowly as sunlight spread fully across Lunamere. The village awoke fully now, bustling gently with light. Children ran along paths, adults greeted one another, and the animals moved freely. Everything was ordinary, yet profoundly altered, held together by threads they could not see but could feel in the gentle rhythm of the day. Myril joined her once more, standing beside her with quiet pride. "You have become more than a stitcher," she said. "You are a keeper." The clouds, the valley, and the dreams of all who live here, they belong to your care. But more importantly, they will remember you. Ilara looked upward. The sky was calm, radiant, and subtly alive. She had stitched through storms, nightmares, fear, and uncertainty. She had guided, preserved, and strengthened not only the clouds but herself. She had become the keeper of dreams. She felt a peaceful exhaustion settle over her. The needle, thread, and fabrics rested gently by her side. The sky, though alive with memory, moved gracefully and patiently above. The valley breathed in quiet harmony. Ilara sat on the hill, watching the clouds drift. She allowed herself to close her eyes, breathing slowly, letting the rhythm of the sky align with her heartbeat. For the first time, she felt wholly at home, not only in Lunamere, but in the space between dreams and reality, between hope and memory. Above her, clouds shimmered faintly with the patterns she had sewn. They held the weight of countless dreams, yet floated effortlessly, resilient and luminous. The sky had been restored, shaped by care, courage, and patience. And it remembered not the storms, nor the fear, nor the pressure, but the girl who stitched dreams into clouds. Ilara exhaled slowly, letting herself rest, knowing the work would continue. Storms might come again, and nightmares might press upward. But the sky, the clouds, and the dreams she had nurtured were strong, and she, now the keeper, would guide them always. The wind lifted gently, carrying her hair, brushing her cheek, whispering across the valley as if to sing a lullaby. She smiled. The night had passed. The storms had tested her, and she had endured. In the quiet warmth of dawn, the girl who stitched dreams into clouds finally allowed herself to sleep, content, whole, and ready to rise again. The valley breathed with her. The clouds remembered her, and the world above was at peace, for now and always under the care of the keeper of dreams.
There's nothing else you need to listen for now. Just let your breathing stay slow and easy. If you're still awake, that's okay. And if you're drifting off, let yourself go gently. I'll be right here next time. Rest well and good night.